In this video, we, meaning me, myself, and I, and you can take along too, are going to be watching, I have too much blood in my caffeine system this morning. We are going to be wrapping up our ticket journal. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. My hands were like, nope, no way, you need to stop. So I did, and so I figured this may be a little bit longer than we normally do, but the only thing I have on the agenda today is to make marshmallows. So I want to make marshmallows. I've been craving them for months now. It's time. It is time. So I'll show you what I did get done. Me, myself, and I got this spine done. So I came back up this morning and made sure it was glued down. The only thing I might want to do is pull this back a little bit and make sure that there's glue on this side. So let's do that real quick right now, so it can be dry when we're needing to handle it. See, it's kind of pulling back right there. So I'm going to take my Fabri-Tac, and I'm just going to put a small bead right. Well, wait a minute. I kind of don't want that there. So let's just pull this back just a little bit, because I just used glue stick to just kind of hold it down while I figured out where I wanted it. So I'm going to give it a gentle tug here, and we're going to get the spots that you can kind of see right here where the actual spine on the old book was. So that's what I used to line up, and then the other stuff was just kind of extra. So we're just going to put a little glue, a little Fabri-Tac right there. I'm going to take my fancy tool here. It still has glue on it, and we're going to smooch it down so we don't get, it lessens the chance of getting seepage, because nobody likes that. That's even a gross word. So I'm just going to smooch it out a little bit. Maybe put a little bit more right here. Come on, I should have put you on your side, I know. There we go. So I'll lay this down. Line this up and give it a smush. And just run our finger across it. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing on this side, because we can see there's the line. And I'm going to pull this back until I can kind of see how the glue is starting to pull, and that's where I want it to stop. So there we go. If you don't have a silicone spatula like this, you can just use your finger. You can use a sponge. What do they call it? Cosmetic sponge. You just want to make it nice and flat so it's less likely to seep through. And then fold it over. Make sure we're straight-ish. Line it up. Give it a good smush this side. And there we go. Now the next thing I want to do to this is I want to cut my papers for this. So let's measure. 9.5 by, I gotta write this down because I will forget in the 15 seconds between here and there and everywhere. So 9.5 by, let's just say 6 3/4. Okay, so I can put this over on the other table, my little baby table. See, I've already forgotten. Yeah. Do you ever have those days where your hands just don't want to cooperate anymore? Or your brain? It's like you can't remember anything. It's like, well, you walk literally 2 feet and go, what was I doing? Yeah, that's been me lately. So I wanna, so 9.5 by 6 3/4. No, we're gonna do it this way. The reason why I flipped it over is because I want this corner, because it's kind of distressed already. Okay, this is our scrap piece. I'm going to put that in the pile. We'll make pockets or something out of that, or we'll use it in a different project, because I like this. This is already distressed. So this will be our back. I'm going to write that really lightly. I'm just going to put it B right there. And then we'll do the other one. 9.5. Blessed hiccups. And then we'll do this one for our front. 6 3/4. Okay. And then very lightly, just because I know my brain. Okay. And you can see I wrote top up here, so I knew where my front cover and my back cover were supposed to go. Excuse me. So we're going to take some glue stick, and then we're going to take our glitter glue and do around the edges. So let's get our glue stick out. I'll move this down a little bit so we're not hanging off the edge. So we're going to do this. Make sure there's no lumps in it. Excuse me. And then we'll take our glitter glue. I gotta fix that. My little charm fell off of it. move that over there before it falls on the floor, and then I step on it. It was a pin that I used to hold the lace on. Okay. Are you going to come out today? Nope. Pardon me while I argue with Hubert here. Okay. And if you want to give the art glitter glue a try, Stephanie at the Painted Raven has it in stock, ready to ship, in all different sizes. She has the pins that go with it. She has all the things. So her website is linked down below, and there is a coupon code for you there too. There we go. Maybe. What's the dealio? Well, next time I know to get the glue ready before I put the glue stick down, because it's still tacky. Okay. And I'm going to put it fairly heavy around the edges. And then I'll come in with the spatula and knot the string. And we'll just smooch it down, make sure it's relatively even. And if I get a little on the top, I'm not worried about it. That's what the glue eraser is for. And just gonna come back in with the excess on this edge, because it's going to be the book edge that's actually going to be facing out. Okay. There we go. Now, grab the right one, and I'm just going to use the paper that's already down as my guide. Where's my sword? Quick. So, I'm just laying it on there for now, so I still have wiggle time here. I'm going to get this front edge stuck down, and then I'm just going to smooch it down. And if you remember, we have fabric coming over this edge, so if it doesn't line up perfectly on the spine edge, we're okay. Okay, now I'm going to take my glue rag, and it's crusty and well loved. I'm just going to wipe that excess off right there. And then I'm going to get a different spot on my glue rag, and I'm just going to push it down. You can use a brayer for this. In fact, I probably will, but I want to show you that you don't have to have all the fancy tools to be creative. Scissors and glue, guys. It's all you need. And you can get that at Dollar Tree. It may take a little longer, and you may have to learn to utilize your glue a little better. I wanted to ink that before I glued it down, but we're going to ink all this anyway, all the red, so it'll get inked on the by and by. We'll wait till it's dry, and then we'll come in and we'll ink all this, and then we'll put our other signature spine on top. There we go. That looks really cool. All right, same song, second verse, same as the first. Okay, I was trying to keep these strings out of the way because I'm not sure if I want to cut them off and where I want to cut them off. So I just put tape on them, but the tape isn't sticking. So it's kind of that thing, you know? All right. Now, hopefully, let's do this real quick with Herbert here. Let's get that pin again and make sure, well, where did it go? These are all clean ones. Aha, here it is. I can tell it's mine because they're the glue one, because there's a whole bunch of glue at the top of it. So we're gonna put him over the glue towel, and we're just gonna clean the sides off of inside that. There we go. Clean the pin off. Get all that. See, that's all the goop that was inside him. So hopefully we got him. Let's see. Take my skewer because it's pointy but big and wipe that off. You know, if I can reclaim all the glue that I use out cleaning this thing out, I won't have to buy glue for a year. Okay. I think we're good now. I think. Okay. I've been trying to figure out a way to make something that's 3D printed, and I can put like a rubber inside, you know, a silicone with the pin, so it like super seals it, but I haven't, still figuring out the software. So I've been sticking to ink pad organizers and things like that. And I only work on it like one day a week, like for a few hours. So, but it's one of those things where everything's so expensive. And, you know, if I can 3D print something, give it to you for about the same price as what you'd pay a big corporation for, then I feel like I've succeeded. All right, we got the glue down. I'm just rubbing over the top of it and make sure I don't have any lumps, because it's kind of hard to tell with the white glue going on a white piece of paper. So I'm trying to look at it at an angle. There we go. Put that down. Now, that's my dude. Come on. There you go. I'm going to lay down a string. There we go. We're going to do another string. So much better when you work, when you cooperate. Okay, then we're going to put the pin back in there, because we're not going to need this for a minute. Put this back on this. Leave that out. Okay, so smooch it down. That way we don't get wrinkles. Or it lessens the chance of wrinkles. Let's just put it that way. All right. Trying to make sure I got it all the way to the edge. That's why I don't care if I go on the red a little bit. At least that way I know I got it all the way to the edge. Okay. Now, this is the top. So we're going to line this up, that edge, and that edge. Overlap it a little bit. There we go. Get the edge down, lay it down. I think we got it a little bit off there. Can we still, oh yeah, we still can move it a little bit. It's still a little bit lower than where I wanted it to be, but that's okay. Handmade. All right, taking our glue rag again. Oh, let go. I have it hanging on a hook, and sometimes the hook is like, no, I want him to stay. He is my friend. There we go. Excuse me. All right, wipe that edge off because we don't want any glue on there. Find a dry spot. Another dry spot. There we go. I'm giving it a good old-fashioned iron. There we go. Now, just for illustration purposes, that's going to go there, like that. So we have a little bit showing there. So yeah, we want to, once this is dry, we'll ink all that and you won't even notice. So, because we gave it a really wide berth when it came to the gap at the top and the bottom. Cool, cool. All right, we're gonna let that dry because I don't want to mess it up. So far, this is what we have, is this huge book. Huge. So much fun. Okay. I'm gonna lay this down, let it dry. Let it dry, let it dry. Hang our glue rag back up so it can dry. Uh-oh, my little thing for my glue rag, the little loop on it is starting to break. All right, we're gonna put those over there. Let's give everything else a shove over. Just gonna shove it over. All right, next, we need to work on our signatures here. Because, yep, you guessed it, my hands said, nope, don't even think about it, woman. So, and they're still rather testy today. I don't have arthritis, but I get hand cramps really easily. It's something to do with the tendons in my hand. But, you know, we work with what we got, including our body. So let me grab, this is our signatures. And we need this guy out of the way now because we still have our template here, right here in front of us. I am going to grab a sip of coffee and be right back. I was contemplating putting some music on and just going at it. I think I will. Because we've got 4 signatures to get ready. And so that's what I'm going to do. I got to find my headphones. There they are. They're on the charger. How cool is that? They're all nice and charged. Let's see if they connect. This is the reason why, whoop, almost missed my chair. Decided to roll away. These are so old, but I love them so much. Okay, but this is usually the reason why my live streams start a few minutes late, is because either my audio doesn't connect or my webcam just randomly shuts off or something, and I have to go through all the things. And even though I get prepped for my live about 5 minutes before, I have everything ready in place. I go to start everything up and something always breaks. And usually it's just a matter of unplugging it and replugging it back in, but sometimes it takes more than a minute or two. So let's get the music started. I figure that way, because I'm really congested this morning, so that way if I have to cough, I don't have to worry about muting the microphone. Excuse me. Okay, it's playing. Let's see what level we got. There we go. I think for some reason, I don't know. Okay. There's 2 lines on here on my audio thing, and one is super quiet and the next one is like bam in your face. So we'll leave it the bam in your face, and we're just gonna listen to some music and pull this out. I figured it out. The noise suppression. I had my fan on too high. So check your noise suppression, peeps. Okay, now, excuse me, pardon me. Okay, so it's time to sew. I have these in reverse order because this is the 5th signature, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. And I really like how this is going to kind of come together. I wish I would have put a book page on the outside like I did on the others, but I think we're good. I think we're good. So I think those two will go well together. And then we have those two, and those two, and those two. So there's a variety. So wait, no, this goes here. That's 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got. Ah, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, we still have the variety. Yep, okay. So let's start sewing. And we didn't punch holes in the fabric here, so we might have to bring out a pin just to give us a hole. But we're going to see what we can do. That's why I have extra pins on my table. There we go. And I need my other glasses so I can see what I'm doing. It's the joy of getting old, I guess. Okay, that ain't gonna work. We gotta do it this way. There we go. Okay. Now, what happened to my little binder clip? Put that over there before it ends up on the floor. Okay, so pulling this through, and then I'm going to clip this to the back part of the signature so it stays and we don't accidentally pull it through, because that's the thing. And then through the hole. Pull a little extra. Take our pin. Smack the table, make it bounce. Find the center. Poke a little hole. And then use that same hole for our needle. And there we go. Make sure we didn't go through the thread. Pull it tight, but not like super tight. All right, now we got all the holes. So what we do is we loosen this up, pull it short, wrap it twice, hold it with our fingers, pull it super tight, There we go. Hold this as close as we can to the signature. And then pull the right string, preferably. Pull the center string tight, and then pull that tight. And then now we have a chance to put our string through. And it should be tight. Should be. Nice and tight. Not even a little wiggle. The wiggle that you do see is the board moving. So we go over and under, and then take our needle off. And I think for this one, I don't know what I'm going to do. So we can cut the string, we can leave the string. I'm going to leave the strings for now, like I did on the first one. Take all our paper clips off, put them in a pile over here. Smush it out, and there is our second signature. Time for number 3. Okay, let's prep our needle and our thread. So I just use paraffin wax. You can get a fancy beeswax one. It has a little plastic container. I know that the Painted Raven has them, and excuse me, their link is in the description along with a coupon code because I love you guys. All right, next string is ready. Let's get this third signature stitched in so we can get this ready for the fun stuff. And while it's drying, we're going to make some pockets. So, don't want to miss that. Make the pockets out of the papers that we made earlier this week. And I want it to be as close to center as it can, because actually, yeah, right there. Okay, and I'm going to wiggle it because I don't want to poke a hole. I don't want to punch a hole in it. I'm trying to go between the weft and the weave of the fabric. So, there we go. And if I had a pointier needle, which I do, but they're bigger, they're like upholstery needles, and I don't want that big of a hole. So here we are, and this is what we do. Use what you got. Okay, let's get back to it. The cool thing about having a partner in shenanigans is they get good news and they want to share right away. And they're thinking about something and they want to like make sure we talk about this, you know? So that's the cool thing about having a partner. Okay, pulling that tight, pulling this one tight because it is linked to this one. And then I'm going to pull this so we get the loose part of it. Okay, and then while I pull it, I'm going to grab it down here close to the paper. And then it's kind of slippery because we just put wax on it, but do your best. And then pull on the back side here. So you pull that center string tight and then pull this string tight, and that's how tight we are. And then unfurl your pinky, cross it over with your middle finger in there, and then while pulling them both tight, you can make a tight knot just like that. And then we're going to double check. It should stay. It is wax, so it shouldn't slip, because we're not going to be like turning pages or anything. We just are picking it up and making sure it's stable. And then go over the top and through and up the back. There we go. I think I am going to clip all the strings in this. So when I clip the strings, I bring them all the way down to the bottom, and then I clip them like that. So we got still a lot of string there. We over measured, which is fine. I'd rather over measure than not enough, because I can use that on a mini book or something of that. Something of that nature. There we go. Words. Words are hard. And snip. There we go. And we're going to do this last one too, since we're snipping. Since we're snipping. There we go. Put all those in a little pile, and then we can make a little notebook out of those. Okay, so this is what we got thus far. 2 more left to go. Look at that. That's so cool. I'm so happy right now. All right. Now, you can take a clip and clip these down if you want to. I'm not going to. Not this one. Maybe for the last signature, which is actually the first signature, I will. But for this one, no. And before we do this, I need to get a sip of coffee. Let's get it all ready, though. Having a hard time focusing. My brain wants to go on 14 different things. So coffee is the way I focus. And it's kind of funny how that works. So we're going to run this through the paraffin, the wax, and I just hold it on either side with my finger and thumb, and then I just pull, and it puts a thin coat of wax on it, like so. And then I just run it through my fingers to make sure I get any excess off. And the warmth, the little bit of friction and the warmth of your fingers will melt it a little bit too. So there we go. I want this end for the needle, because this end has the extra wax on it and it makes your threading your needle that much easier. There we go. Okay, so give me a moment to get a sip of coffee. I mute my microphone because I drink iced coffee and no one needs to hear me slurping on a straw. So just one moment. Okay, much better. Keep my ADHD at bay. At least try to. All right. So take this. Okay, this is top, this is bottom. Ah, it's rolling away. Don't roll away. Okay. Oops, we got stuck on our binder clip. There we go. Okay. I need some help because I can't feel it. There we go. Stretch between the weft and the weave of the fabric, and we'll use that hole. That way that fabric doesn't rip, or it's less likely to rip, let's put it that way. Come on. What are you doing over here? What is going on? Okay, there we go. I thought it was more tangled than it was. Oh, geez. Okay, Murphy, go take a coffee break. Okay, and make sure you have one string on either side. All right, so we're wrapping. Just do it twice. You don't need to wrap it like a Christmas present. Pulling this tight, holding it, pulling this tight, straight up so I don't rip the paper. Holding that so we can get in here and pull the middle string super tight. There we go. And put your ring finger down, cross them over, bring this back through. Oops, shoot. There we go. Those should be tight enough. Here we go. Double checking. We are tight. So top over. Snip. Last one. Dun da da da. Boop. And let's take that out. That's there we go. Last one. This is gonna look really cool when we get it done. It's heavy. It's a heavy guy. He's biffy. All right, give me a moment. All right, now last one. We need that. We need this. We need this. And rubbing it between my fingers just to get the excess off. There we go. Threading this is a plastic canvas needle. Some people use the pokey ones. I don't like to because strawberry jam, aka BLOOD. Ew. All right, now I don't want it doubled up, but we do want it doubled up. Not equal, but just about the same. Okay, finding the middle. Making a hole, because I punched holes in the spine, but not in the backer board, but not in the fabric, because I want the fabric to not rip or be frayed. Okay, and then put that in place. And I do bottom first. You can do top first, whatever tickles your fancy. All right, I'm going to pull this through. We're going to binder clip this to the end for the bottom of the page, bottom of the signature. There we go. I had like all the signatures in there. Okay. Boy, come in. There we go. Little binder clip. And then through the fabric. There we go. Uh-oh. We've got a knot. There we go. Okay. So pull that through. Make that a little shorter. There we go. Pull that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Again, we're going to take our needle and poke a hole. Okay. Hey, I didn't get the hiccups this time. Not yet, anyway. It's only a matter of time. Okay, I'm going to pull on the string on the inside. There we go. Sometimes that cardstock can be a little tricky to get through the second time. Okay, now keep the needle on so we know which string is which. Then I'm going to pull this and I'm going to wrap it first. There we go. Pull straight up so we don't rip the paper. Okay, grab it here. Pull tight and tight. All right, pull our knot tight. That's tight. And snip. Take our needle off, put that away. Put our string over in our leftover string pile. We can utilize that in the same project or in another project. I have a little bin that I put all my extra pieces of fabric and string in. All right, now comes the fun part. Oh, I still have the paper clip in there. There we go. So there's our signature. So I'm going to grab some clips here. This should be good. I'll grab an extra one just for good measure. Now, this is our top. I'm just going to clip the top. Maybe we should paper clip this so this stays up. There we go. And that one stays up too. There we go. Beautiful. Let's put that away. Shove this to the side. go. Sip of coffee. Okay, this is probably the most nerve-wracking part of this whole business. Make sure we get all the loose strings out of there. These are the strings from our stitching, so that's going to be a thing. And then have it right there. So I'm going to take, excuse me, our Fabri-Tac. You can use whatever glue you prefer. I like this because it doesn't dry instantly, but it doesn't really bleed either, because we don't want to get any glue here or here, because then it'll affect how it closes. So I'm going to go and use two hands. Yeah. There we go. And I'm going to leave that on its side because I might need to grab it again, and it doesn't take as long to come to the top if you leave it on its side. Only problem is if it's too full, it'll leak out. Okay, I'm cleaning off my spatula, getting as much of the old glue off as I can. And then, because I don't want it to bleed, but I do want it to stick, I am going to smooch it out. And the reason why I lined it up before is because that way I kind of have a visual of where it needs to go. And because this is mostly paper to paper, we don't need a lot of glue, but I want to make sure it stays because this is what's holding everything together. And I am going to put just a little bit more down because there are a couple of dry spots along that edge. So that's the wet edge. So we're going to put another dollop of glue down here. There we go. And I want to get I'm picking up like the extra and just coming back and tapping that edge. And do the same thing over here. There we go. I'm just going to wipe the excess off on this side. And while we're here, I'm just going to put a little bit of glue where this fabric is and just kind of lift it up and then press it down. Lift it up, because that's going to be a weak spot. Goodness words. So I'll make sure there's plenty of glue there. The paper part I'm not too worried about. It's sometimes the fabric and the fabric don't want to glue together very well. All right, there we go. Top and top. And just gently set it down. Oops, we really set it down really far, so hopefully we didn't set it too far down. There we go. That looks good. And then I'm going to grab my ruler. It looks like we're good there. Yep, so we can push this down. There we go. Like that. And then I'm going to look at this side. And we're good there. So we're going to give this a firm push. And I'm going to come in. Nope, let's put the lid on this because we don't need this anymore. And then I'm going to come in with my skewer and I'm going to clean up this little bit extra glue while it's still wet. Because I put it on too low. So it's going to come in here. There we go. And the thing about Fabri-Tac that I love is that we can roll it away when it's dry. It's a little rubbery, so if it's not adhered to anything, it will just roll up. So the other thing I want to do is separate these signatures. Maybe come in with my ruler and push it down. Okay, next one. There we go. Now before we glue this down, excuse me, I want to find my brown dauber and my ground espresso archival ink. We're just going to kind of hit this corner like this. Same with this corner. And I wanted to have it glued down before I did this, so I didn't over ink it because I didn't want to give it a chance to interfere with the glue. So I just want to do the corner there. Okay, so we're going to let that dry. And oh, we got a little bit of seepage here. So let's take care of that. And this is why I say I love Fabri-Tac, because you can just rub your finger along it. And it's like rubber cement. I don't mind a little bit, but we want to make sure that we don't have a lot, because we don't want this to be stiff. We don't need it like dippity-doo. There we go. Oh. Mm-hmm. You know, when I'm working on something kind of mind-numbing, like sewing in signatures, when I don't really have to, I do a better job if I don't think about it. And I listen to classical music, it just puts me in a zone. I mean, I'm a metal girl. I like my heavy metal. All right, we're going to do the same thing to over here. Just make sure we don't have any seepage. That's such a gross word, but it's kind of true. Okay, we look good. We look good. Looking good, girl. All right, and where'd my dauber go? There it is. We're just going to hit this corner and then rub it down so it blends out. Same about here. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the other side, give this a chance to set up a little bit. Now, this is the interesting part, because if we're not careful, and the glue is going to seep through, but we want it to stay sturdy and strong, right? Okay, so we're going to take a little glue stick, because I want to be more precise. Hang on one second. I got a fur on there, and I got a fur in my throat. One moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to come in with the glue stick and just tack it down. Okay, and then we're going to take our glitter glue and we're going to put that at the top edge and this edge right where the paper ends, and then this edge. And I'm just going to take my finger and draw it out. It's less likely to bleed through if it's a fine layer. Sometimes you gotta switch fingers too, because your finger has just as much glue as the other piece does. And then we're going to lay that flat and pull it tight. And then we're going to pull this one tight. Like that. Okay, so it's just the edges. And then we're going to take a skewer or something and put it in there. And then we're going to smush it down. Okay, and then, you know what, we've got binder clips. Let's use them. Or these aren't binder clips, these are clamps, clips, whatever. We only need one on one end because let's work on this end first. Okay. Oops, I had glue on my hand. It's all right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to change our mind. I'm going to leave this here, like that. And like that. Hopefully, there we go. I'm going to pull this up. We're going to lay this down. And I was trying to get the glue to come in evenly, but it didn't. So it's all right. Let's go back down here. There we go. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit this with some matte medium when it dries. But for now, we're going to take a piece of clean parchment. If I have a piece of clean parchment. Yes, I do. That can be tall enough? Yes, it is. And put a piece of clean parchment down. Like this. And put that down. And that down. There we go. Now we can do the other side. So we're going to take, I'm still going to use the glue stick. I don't know, I just feel like it might work better. And then we're going to do this side a little bit different. I'm going to put this down. We're learning from trial and error. Okay. It's been a minute since I've done this myself, and I've only watched a handful of videos, and everybody seems to do it a little bit different because people have different adhesives, people have different art styles. So there we go. And because this is art glitter glue, it's not going to dry right away with the fabric. So I'm going to lay this down where I want it, sort of. And then I'm going to come in with the skewer and push that fabric down in there. Put the parchment down. Get my brayer out. You can use a towel. Yeah, that looks so much better than the other side. Okay, we're going to lift this edge up. This is the front, so that's good. That's good. It's good that the front looks better than the back. I think I subconsciously started with the back. There we go. So what I'm trying to do is soak the fabric with the glue so it all looks even. It doesn't have like lines and stuff in it. So I'm going to put that down, and it'll help keep it from fraying, because this was an old comforter. All right, so let's put this back down. Actually, let's do this side. Even though we got a little glue on there, it's all good. It'll all come out in the wash. And just pushing it down. Now you can take a towel and do the same thing. I'm going to use my glue towel and just I use parchment a lot. You can get parchment at Dollar Tree. Wax paper will work as well, because this doesn't have to be heat safe. All right. I'm going to wipe the excess glue off with my finger, just kind of smudge it in there. And see, that one looks a lot better than the other one did. Now, let's find a piece of clean parchment, because we used our other parchment for that's too small. This will work. So I use parchment, especially in the kitchen and stuff. So I grab a big box from like the restaurant store. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it pretty much anywhere. I buy a big box, put half of it in the kitchen and half of it upstairs. Yeah, about half and half. I have some in the garage too. So when I'm spray painting, oh, I didn't want that. I want the big paper clips. There we go. No. Dos. And then I gotta be careful on this side, because we have that crackle finish. I don't want to disturb that too much. There we go. And then there's our book. Now it's kind of tight because we have all the that paper in that hinge. So there we go. Ta-da! So we have lots of room to put lots of cool things in here. So let's tidy up a bit. And I'm going to move these. This one's got glue on it. That one's got glue on it now too. I'm going to binder clip these, or clip them together. I keep saying binder clips, but these aren't binder clips. I'm going to put that on the back table. I'm going to lay this flat. And white. My computer screen just went to screensaver. It's not supposed to. It's not supposed to ever go to screensaver. Ever, ever. Except for when it's on battery. And it's not on battery. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. Excuse me. All right. Let's get ready to do some fun stuff. Tidy up. Tidy, tidy. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. All right, I'm gonna leave that out. I'm gonna put my brayer back. And we're gonna put this on the back table so I can dry. I want it to lay flat. Now, we've got these cool papers that we are going to make pockets with. So let's get Fanny out and start cutting. Put them up there because they're kind of big. Oh my goodness. All right, I am going to get a sip of my beverage. One moment, please. Okay. Excuse me. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. Sometimes my body says, nope, not today, ma'am. All right, so let's just rough cut these for now. So let's do 4 1/4. Okay. And then we'll do the rest of this at 3 1/2 or 3 3/4. Let's do 4. This is a bigger, do 4 1/4. This is a bigger journal than what I'm used to. Excuse me. Okay. So, and then let's do let's do 5 1/4 here, 5 here. There we go. Let's trim this up. Actually, let's do this side first because we know that's straight. So you're probably thinking, what on earth is this woman doing? Okay, so we're going to build pockets out of these. So there's the back of one pocket. And we need to put a little glue down here. I don't like to glue on fanny, but so we'll move it off to the side. There we go. This corner needs a little. Sometimes the edges, even when you use, these were made with gel medium or matte medium, so they stay solid, except for the corners sometimes lift, like this corner. Because you don't get the corners as good as you should, even when you purposely try and do things. So there's 2 pockets, and then we're going to turn this into a library style kind of pocket. And same with this one. Let's do this edge. So I'll just cut it at 4. There we go. See, this is all nice and solid because this was the middle of the page. All right, so we've got those 2 and those 2. And then I'm going to take this one, and how do we want to do this? Let's make a belly band. So let's do 3 1/4. That way we give ourselves some extra room to make it straight. I'm just going to snip off the edge here. And this edge here. And then there we go. Oh, we've got this guy too. He's going to be our pocket, so we got to clean him up, tidy him up. There we go. Okay, so this one has a curl to it. So I think we're just going to lay him flat instead of doing a gusset. Okay. So, or I really like this, the way that looks. So we're going to do this as a flip pocket. We're going to have to put some washi tape on there, that's fine. And then so what is this? 4 inches, so we need 4 3/4. Okay, so let's do up a couple of these pockets and get the belly bands going. So let's score this right. Oops. So it folds nicer. So it folds more nicely. And this paper underneath, this dictionary paper, is super brittle. I'm going to take and use our DIY washi. If we can get it off the there we go. Oh, and it's going to be all twisty turny. So I'm going to take some Oohoo stick and put it along the seam here like this. Okay, we're going to lay you down right there. Tape and I are not friends. Can you tell? All right. Patience is a virtue. Patience, patience. There we go. We're going to cut this piece off anyway, so I just want to get the, there we go. Okay, haha, I was successful. Now I'll just burnish this down with our silicone spatula. And I'm just going to snip this off because we're not taping it so much to strengthen it, but just kind of repair the paper that wanted to tear underneath it. So there we go. I like that. Okay, so put that over there so I can grab it easier. And then this guy is going to go on this side. So we need to do our 1/4 inch. I got paper everywhere. Okay, this I'm going to keep over here. I'm just going to keep shoving stuff off to the side. Okay. So that's our top. So 1, 2, 3, 3/8. One, 2, 3. That should work. We might have to come and do it a little bit more. There we go. And we're going to miter our corners. There we go. That one got a little long, but that's okay. Move this out of our way. Oops, that one on the floor. That's okay. I'll check this to make sure that we got it on the right side. There we go. I got the right size here. And we are a little big. So let's do a different section, because we might be able to use that somewhere else. Let's do a different one. I like this right here. So let's take this off, turn that into a little tab. Cut it right about there. So we've got these little tabs that we can use to make tabs out of, right? And then what do we do this one at? I did it at 4 3/4, so we could do 4 1/2, and it would fit perfectly. Actually, we're going to do it, yeah, 4 1/4. And then we can have that background be in the background. Okay, another little bit. So we save our little bits because those are going to come in handy for something else. Oh, let's take our paper off there. Hey, try this again. So in reality, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, why is the floor all the way on the floor? In reality, You just kind of go with it until you get it. 1, 2, 3. Unless you have a pattern that you're following. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. You just kind of MacGyver it until it works. So we've got one gusseted pocket ready to go. Okay, and this flip pocket will be ready to go in a moment because this is going to fit the way we want it to. And I'm sorry, I'm not doing this on camera. There we go. And now I got the hiccups. Joy of joys. Okay. I'm going to have to glue that in 2 sections, but that's okay. All right, now this should fit right on there like that. Groovy, groovy doovy. Okay, now we need our corner rounder and our oval, so we can give this a notch. Right about there. There we go. I'm going to use ground espresso to give these a frame. Oops. I'm going to ground corners here. Put that down there because I don't want to break it. If you don't have a scoreboard and you want to I think it's 10% discount. I never say what discount it is at the Painted Raven because I can never remember if it's 5 or 10. But there is a discount code for the Painted Raven, and she just got in scoreboards, you guys. It's pretty awesome. So help support a small business and get a discount too. Kind of awesome, huh? That's the way the world should work, right? At least I think so. We all help each other out because we're only here for a short time, and then depending on what religion you are, or if you're agnostic, or even if you're an atheist, we don't stay on this earth for very long. Why can't we just be kind to one another? You know? You know? All right, now we're going to take the large corner rounder. We're going to round these corners. Maybe. That one doesn't want to go. Come on, you. Go in there, I say. There we go. Okay, and there we go. I love that. I just think it's so pretty. And then we're going to take the ink and we're going to really hit the edges on this one. Help bring some interest to it because it is kind of shiny. And sometimes if you put ink on it, it takes some of the shine away. And I kind of like that it does. Okay, so we're going to do this. This is paper that I got at a thrift store. So normally I wouldn't buy this, but it was part of a larger pack. And it is kind of cool looking. Oops, that got a little... There, I knocked down some of the shine so it's not as shiny. And I want to ink this side too, just to give it a frame. You know, probably should just put it right there. I am right-handed. All right, lid. There we go, and put that right there, like so. I'm done arguing with you, Hubert. I have to put a little bit underneath here, so look at that. And there, and there, there. I'm going to smooch these. Because he kind of came out in clumps. There we go. And then there we go. There's a cute little pocket. So we have a flip pocket, but we're going to put clamps on him so he stays. Where we put him. There we go. That'll sit for a minute. And then we got a regular gusseted pocket. And then these we are going to turn into a library card style. And I'm just gonna around the corners on this one because I like the way this looks. And maybe, yeah, let's do the top of the pocket here. That way that balances out a little bit better. And there we go. And then we're going to ink this one. Excuse me. Okay, so that one's done. And then let's get this one. I need to put a pin in Hubert. Oops. And put the cap back on. Ooh, little lady who. There we go. Get the paper off before we put it in there. There we go. Boom. Get Fanny out again. Excuse me. So line this up. I'm just gonna let's do 5. Okay. I'll put that back up there. There we go. And we're going to make a big pocket. So for a smidge. Okay, and then this, so these are this one is 4, so we need cut this at 3/8, and 3/8 is 6/8, which is 3/4. So I'll just make it a little bit shorter, right? Yeah. Wait. Never mind. Mathy is not my thing. Let's just do it this way. There we go. Actually, yeah. Just do it. I want to have enough to, so 4 and 3/8, 3/8. Yeah, let's do a little bit more than that. There we go. And then this one, there we go. So that'll go there, like so. Okay. Those two go together. We could do another flip out pocket. This is, and we'll do it this way. So there we go, like that. And then this can go here. There we go. So let's get, okay. And then this will go right here. Let's round the corners. Give it a divot. There we go. Oh, the bottom too. this little divot. There we go. We're gonna have to hit this with the, because I guess the glossy paper was not really keen on taking to matte medium. Even though I sanded it, I thought I sanded it a little bit, maybe I didn't. Sometimes if you sand it, and roughen up the surface a little bit, it'll work better. But let's just get a piece of washi. We'll use the same washi that we've been using for the signatures, just to kind of give it some congruency. There we go. And I am going to fold these down. Normally I don't, but this is for a pocket, so it's going to be like super hingy. And I'm going to burnish this down, fold it, ink it. There we go. So when we put this on the page, it's going to go this way. And then you open it up and there's the pocket. And we have this pocket to put here, like that. There we go. Excuse me, my voice went weird there. So it happens when, oop, don't do that to me now. When you have a stuffy nose, you give it a little bit of room to there we go. Okay, why is this not sticking? had my microphone muted this whole time. See how I am? Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I don't know how this is going to work because it should be good paper, but there we go. Notch. Ink. Okay, done. Oh, that goes on here. Like that. Okay. We are going to round corners. Okay. If it fits, it clips. So we're going to do this again. Okay, maybe this way. Oh, it didn't really work, but that's okay. See, I never understood how one corner can super clip and be fine, and then the next one, not so much. Still beyond me. There we go. Okay. Got that all inked. Let's do that again. At least it'll be a little bit rounded to go with the bottom of the rounded corners here. Okay. It goes like this. This should be dry, so we can take these off. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to go on the back cover. All right. There we go. Okay, set that there. And then this one, we're just going to round the corners. And do a notch kind of right here. And then we're going to ink it. We'll see what this looks like. We might have to modify it a little bit. And then I'm going to do a notch here. Okay, so that goes over there. Got 1. 2. 3, 4. This one needs. These just need ink. These are just mounted on black cardstock. There's not anything fancy about them. I do like this big hole because it reminds me of this, picks up on the circles. I think that's cool. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. This is kind of, no, this is an actual pocket, so these need to be inked. And I'm going to repunch this circle because I don't like the circles. I like the oval. I think it looks more elegant, but that's just me. And sometimes I round the corners on the bottom, sometimes I don't. I just, I don't know, it depends on how I feel. So, I'm going to turn this into a pocket, but I'm going to wait to see which side we put down before I put like a notch in one of these. So, I'm just going to ink it all up, give it a frame. This one, I'm trying to figure out what is on here. I think that's resist spray. I don't know, it's kind of fun. It feels kind of cool. I have some of that resist spray, but I have to buy a new nozzle for it because the nozzle broke. And of course you have to buy it from Ranger because, you know, Ranger bottles are specific. Now I'm going to keep this circle because there's circles on here. That doesn't bother me. Okay, then we have these two, which I think I'm going to grab this guy, this lady right here, and we're going to take, and we're going to cut this off here. And this off here. Make them a little bit different. So hopefully the large is the same as the large. Looks pretty close. Ink. Okay, there's that one. Oh, you know what we forgot to do on that one is give it a little notch. We'll do that in a moment. And do that right here. There we go. Okay, I left the pockets really big because that way we can put them on some of the fuller pages. Okay, so now we got 2 of each. And then we have we need to give this a notch and ink it. I'm not gonna run the corners on this one. I want this one to be kind of its own thing. There we go. So we have this flip pocket. That put there, and then this flip pocket put there, and then that one will go there, and then this one will go here. So we have 3 pockets per signature. Move these over here. There we go. I think we got everything inked up and ready to go. So 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to paper clip these together, and we're going to just do the first signature so I can show you kind of how I'm going to decide where they go. Because we've got, what do we, 26 times 2. And that was the other thing too, is I want to put some trim pieces, especially on the front. So I want, let's mix these up a little bit. One, two, three, 4. So let's put that there. Okay. So take all of these and paper clip them together so they stay together. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to clamp these together just so we know we can find them. And then I'm going to grab, ow, try not to hurt my knee. I found them all. Now let's get our book over here. It should be dry by now. Yeah. Trying not to flub it. I don't care about the paper. Yep, we're dry. Excuse me. Over there. Why do these always want to not come off nicely when I use parchment? When I use any other paper, they come off great, but parchment, they're not friends. Oh, whatever. Fine. Rip the parchment. Makes you feel better. Good Lord. Okay. So, this is our cup. This guy's big. Holy monkey chunky. There's a lot of room to put a lot of cool stuff in here. This is the biggest, the thickest, widest spine that I think I've ever done. So, but the thing I like about the hidden is it lays flat. So we're going to put some page detail on here. But before we do, I'm going to see. Yeah, we're going to fold this down like so. And actually, let's fold it this way. Make sure that, yep. Okay. And then I'm going to take my glue mat wherever he went off to. Where you go? There he is. Oy. I'll lay this down so it helps keep the pages at bay, and also acts as a barrier so we don't get glue everywhere, because, you know, it's a thing. And we're going to glue this down so it's a little bit more sturdy. Where did pull folder? There we go. So that gives it a little bit more stability when we turn the page. And then I take this, put that there. Let's cut this off, maybe. So it's kind of straight. There we go. And we're going to glue it down this way. Yep. So right there. That over there. I want it this way. Let's ink this up a little bit. And these pieces of paper are really kind of fragile, but them kind of falling is, or ripping is kind of part of the design. So they're like shredded. And then take some of this and glue this down up here. Where did my pin go? You're not my pin, but you'll work. I try to only have 1 or 2 glue pins because I don't want all my pins to be yucky. Okay, so we're going to take and glue the top inch or so and the bottom inch or so. There we go. Give it a little smooch. Now you could put a brad in here to help hold it down too. Or, yeah, brad. But I am going to just stick it down for now. Like that. We cut it a little short. That's okay. Kind of following where we folded it. And we're going to get a piece of parchment. So we can argue with the paper clips again. All right, I'm going to fold this over. And we're just going to get one of these. So it's holds it in place until the glue has a chance to set. There we go. All right, so there's one bigger page taken care of. So always want to look at, okay, so we got this page sticking out. So what can we do here? We can fold that right there, and that'll look cool. And then we can take one of our little pieces here that we have a cut off of. Okay. I'm trying to round the corners, but it doesn't want to round. There we go. There we go. And put that right there. Just like that. Give this a moment. Okay, and there you go. We have a little flap dapper. And I leave the edges lifted so you can lift the edges up. At least I try to. Yeah, this one, so you can stick other things in there if you want. Let's ink this backside a little bit. You could come in and put a pocket here. You can do whatever you want. Okay? Okay. Now, let's do that again. So we got pretty much the first signature done. And then let's do this one. What do we got here? We're going to take this and we're going to fold him just like this. He's a little crooked, but that's okay. Then we're going to get a glue mat again. There we go. And this one we're just going to put the lace down. Excuse me. We're going to use the same lace that we used on the cover, and we're just going to put it on the page. So that there and that there. Where'd my pinking shears go? There they are. There we go. And then take this. Like that. And then there is a right side and a wrong side to this. There we go. I'm just gonna hit this with the hair dryer real quick. And put a piece of parchment underneath it. All right, I'm gonna mute my microphone and hit it with the hair dryer. Okay, that's dry enough where it won't stick to pages. Let's see how we look so far. Let's see how this is dried. Hey, it cooperated this time. Yay. We're good. We might have to put something there, but this gives us a little place to tuck things like that. Okay, so you kind of get an idea there. And then we've got the lace on this one, and let's put the lace on the last one. We're going to do lace on the last signature. We're going to do it on this page right here, I think. No, I'm going to do it right here. So when you open it up, yep, maybe we'll do it to this page. Decisions. Is this part? No, this is part of the last signature. You know what? Let's trying to decide where I want it. So we've got that there, and I want to put it like right here. What if we did that? That looks really cute. Okay. So this needs to be stitched. I'm going to stitch this real quick. We're going to cut it and then we'll stitch it. So we're going to cut it. Let's leave it up a little bit higher so we can do it right there. There we go. All right, I'm going to go stitch this real quick. Come on, work with me. Sewing machine. And we're going to widen the stitch just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So it's light blue, so it doesn't stand out a lot, but it just gives it a little splash of color. And then glue mat. Where did you go? There you are. This one, I think I'm going to glue it. Let's see. I think I'm just going to glue it straight down. Still going to fold this to give it a little bit more strength. Like that. It's not straight, but that's okay. Oops. Stay. There we go. And let's see. I think do I want to have it be another tuck spot? Because if I do, maybe decisions. Maybe I just glue it here and along here and then there. So, and then stick it on there like that. And that way you can still stick things in there. It's just not a pocket, and it's not. So, let's do that. Maybe put some glue down. There we go. And then go. That way you can still tuck stuff underneath there and it'll hold it, but there we go. Put that over there. Okay, now that we've got some page embellishments going, we're just going to throw the first signature, we're going to throw the pockets in there, and that way you kind of know, what we're going for here. I mean, we're still got a lot of room, and you know what, I'm going to take this tape off because I can now, everything's glued down. So, and I'm still on the fence about doing some UV resin in here and then doing a picture inside of it and putting that right there. I'm on the fence about it. Don't know. Maybe I'll try it and see how it looks and then let you guys decide. I like doing that, but all right, so we've got 3 pockets to put in here. We've got 1 pocket here already, a tuck spot. And then on these bigger pages, like that one or this one, I think this one, I'm going to put this guy. Actually, let's put him on this, like that. So that's still, yeah, let's do that. So, just take a little bit of glue there, there, and smudge these over, and a little bit right there. And I'm going to take my big, not the big ones, not the extra large ones, but we're going to take these and just paper clip this down so it stays. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then we've got let's put one. This is our center page. Yeah, we'll put that there. Okay, so I'm going to put this one like this. That way you have stuff that can stick out. Now, yeah, let's put it right here. Like that. There we go. So we've got that one, then that one. Let's put, this is the one that flips open. him right here. First, let's glue this down a little bit better. And then we take our notch and cut a notch at the top and ink it through. And glue him down. There we go. So there's a pocket here, a pocket here, and a pocket here. So let's fold this in half. Okay, that's not going to punch out, but there we go. So we have this little guy stuck right there. Okay, and this one is lifting right in the middle, so let's put a little glue right in the middle. And then smush them out. There we go. Well, that guy didn't round very well. Let's try that again. You know what, we're just going to leave it. It's good. And then that guy can go in there, here, like that. And then I've got one of these. You can stick right there. Let's ink them up though. Ink, ink, ink. Okay, there we go. Put that there, like so. And then, where'd that paper clip one go? There it is. So we're going to take that off and that off. I don't want to use red. Let's use one of these guys. I think he'll fit. perfectly right there. Flip it over. Let's put that right there. Now he sticks out really far. Let's not use him right there. Let's use him somewhere else. Let's see. Maybe, yeah, let's use this one. This one just needs to be inked up. He's a little flimsy, but it's okay. He's gold and he's shiny and he's beautiful. Go, put him there. Yeah, because then people will open up and go, oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to ink this up. There we go. There. Okay, so there are our 3 pockets. Technically more than that, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. We need to get one for him. What are we going to put in here? Who are we going to put in here? You know what? We're going to put him right here. Let's ink him up though. Oh no, he's inked up pretty good. Let's just do a little bit right there. There we go. So that's sticking out. That's kind of cool. And then we need something to go right here, which perfect thing is this. Let's ink it up, put it in there. It's a journaling card. There we go. And we'll put him, uh-oh, there we go. No, I don't, why is he not, okay. There we go, he fits in there. You just gotta kind of do the hokey pokey. Hang on. I don't want to rip it. Yeah, see, that glue came down just a hair too low because it's up higher up here. There we go. So, slide them in there like so, and then that will sturdy up the page a little bit too. So that's just the first signature. Now we have 4 more. And instead of sitting here doing this with you live, I'm gonna go grab some food and I'm gonna come back up here and finish them, and then maybe I'll post it in the community section and see what y'all think. I need to cut this off now that it's glued down. Oop. But so we got how many pages again? Okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 sheets of paper, which means 26, 6 and 6, that's 50. This thing's over 150 pages. That's insane. That's insanity. That's awesome. I'm so grateful we did this together. Okay, that's upside down. You know what? I don't care because it's cute. Okay, so we're just going to put this a little bit here and a little bit here, like that. Take a clean finger. I actually still have one of those. It's still relatively clean. And we might have to put a little bit more glue down once we get it down. But this has been, I saw this and I'm like, oh, this needs to go here because butterfly and feathers, why not? And we're going to line it up with the edge like that. There we go. Because those colors go so well together. And this was made like several years ago. Let's just leave it at that. And now we have another little tuck spot that we can take. No, it's too small. A little scrap of something, something. What do we got here? Let's do one of these. Let's do this. Oh, I know I said I was done, but I'm hungry and I need to eat, so that's why I want to. There we go. And fold that in half like that and put it right there like that. That way it kind of sticks out a little bit. Makes you more aware. There we go. See, we're already starting to get chunky. It's already starting to lift up. Before, it wasn't so much. Oh, I'm so excited to get this done. I hope that you have a great day and join me in the next one where we start designing our next journal for our week-long journal journey. We go live every day in September, and we're going to take a break for the first 2 weeks of October, and then we'll be back live every day again. So remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.